Now horses are in the parade ring ahead of race 1, due off at 2:25, the Irish ABF Median Series Sires Series Maiden. This is over 6 furlongs. Reserves 15, 16 and 17 are automatically withdrawn. Colour change on number 4, Lay of the Land, now wears black with light blue diamonds, black sleeves and light blue diamonds on cap. And we have new owners as well, diamond bloodstock. Rider on number 8, A Daughter's Delight, Robbie Colgan, carries £1 over of the 2 declared. And we have 14 going to post in race 1. And they're off in Epsom for the 2:10.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And the best turned out in race 1 is number 14, Parish Record, under handler Jack Welsh. Congratulations, Jack.
Champagne is 9-4, it's held solid throughout. Bruce Lightning 7-2, Scotcho 11-2, Mary the Priest 6-1, Elliptical 10-1, Dandylicious 12-1, Harry the Rogue 18-1, Parish Record 18-1, Poppadom 25, along with Byzantine Express, and it's 50-1, and bigger the others. Blame the Champagne for Jessica Harrington, who had Spreewell run very well indeed, despite getting knocked about a bit. At Epsom, looks a good, sunny and enjoyable start to Listowel's three-day meeting, so it's time we got across and wish a very good afternoon to Gary O'Brien.
Nick, good afternoon. Welcome everyone to Listowel. As Nick said, it's a beautiful day here. Temperatures, I think, are going to be in around the mid-20s for the afternoon. Not a cloud to be seen in the sky. And ground sounds like it's just going to be on the easy side of good, which I'm sure won't please everyone, but interesting to see how it's going to ride, and obviously it'll dry out through the day here as well, which I'm sure would have been a factor for the team at Listowel when they're preparing the track for this fixture. Flat racing here again tomorrow, and then jumps on Monday afternoon. But Blame the Champagne it is, who heads the market at 9-4, and it's been a great 7 days or so for connections of this horse. They had that big win at the Curragh last Saturday, and then Supersonic Man went in at Tipperary during the week as well. I think both of those horses could be bound for Royal Ascot, and Blame the Champagne could easily book her ticket here as well. The big negative is the draw, 17. She's on the wide outside here, and Nathan Cross, I'm sure, will have his instructions on what he's going to do. Last time she ran at Naas in that Group 3 won by Porta Fortuna, she was held up at the back of the field, but they're really difficult tactics to execute here at Listowel, and we're on the inside track here this afternoon as well. So my guess is he's probably going to go forward, try and put her considerable experience to good use today, and see if he can get a position maybe no worse than 2 or 3 off the rail. Opposition to Blame the Champagne, well, chief rival on paper, probably Mary the Priest, who stepped forward from her debut in that maiden, won by Porta Fortuna at the Curragh, where she was a length and a half or so behind Blame the Champagne, to run a good third back at headquarters behind Do It With Style subsequently. And she's fared better on the draw front here in stall 6. One who went down to the start well ahead of the others, Bruce Lightning, showed a nice bit of promise first time out in a maiden, won by Beta Moon at Cork, but he's also been handed a difficult draw in stall 16. We'll have to see how he gets on from out there. He's once again the mount of Jack Carney in this one. Quite prominent in the market at 7-2. Scorchio would be the most appropriate of winners. That one representing Jack Davison, and appears to be quite well fancied here, not far off the market principles. Don't think we got too many more left to load. 3 out of line, it would appear. Motor City, one of the debutantes, being one of them, along with the favourite Blame the Champagne. As Nick was saying, Spreewell ran a great race for Jesse Harrington over at Epsom, but sadly didn't get the rub of the green at a crucial stage. Jerry Hanlon, the local man, is our commentator here this afternoon.
Set for the first of the meeting. They're off over 6 furlongs in the Irish EBF Median Sire Series maiden. Pushed up on the outside, Blame the Champagne. Scorchio is handy with Byzantine Empress. Running the rail is Mary the Priest, being followed on settling down the end of the first furlong. On the inside is Lay of the Land. Racing towards the end of the back straight and disputing the lead, Mary the Priest, Scorchio, Motor City, followed by Blame the Champagne. On the inside is Lay of the Land, being followed by Dandylicious and Byzantine Empress next. They're tracked towards halfway by Bruce Lightning. Alongside is Harry the Rogue. Parish Record on the inside of Elliptical. Further back in the field, a Poppadom. The grey is A Daughter's Delight. And the back marker by a good few lengths is France Bozardi. Nicely strung out as they turn into the straight. It's Mary the Priest just turning in front of Scorchio in second. And third is Motor City. On the inside is Lay of the Land. Pushed along is Dandylicious. Now been called on for a run is Blame the Champagne, with Bruce Lightning trying to stay on. Racing to the final furlong and a half. And Mary the Priest has kicked from the front and gone a couple of lengths clear of Scorchio. These two have pulled some way clear of. In third place is Lay of the Land and then Byzantine Empress. But it is Mary the Priest Priest in the lead as they run up towards the finish. It's Mary the Priest, not for catching, scores from Scorcho by 2.5 lengths, with 5-6 lengths back to the third in Byzantine Empress.
Well, if you're not familiar with Listowel, it is a track where prominent tactics tend to bear fruit, particularly on the flat, and we've seen that here with Mary the Priest, who is off the mark at her third attempt here today, carrying the colours here of Patricia Milan, always on the sharp end under Gary Carroll. With the hood back on today, it was left off at the Curragh last time, having worn it on her debut, and we'll see she gets a good break from stall 6. Gary is able to get her rolling. Whereas in contrast on the outside, look at the favourite, Blame the Champagne there, the yellow and black jacket, 5 wide, and very, very difficult to get across and get the sort of position that I'm sure Nathan Cross would have liked in an ideal world. Whereas Gary Carroll's able to get to the rail, he's able to just drop the anchor a touch, and Scorcho, who was well found in the market beforehand, has sat second all the way, and really they dominated the race from the home turn. Judge just confirming the result. Byzantine Express finishing third, was racing in about 6th-7th position at this stage on the inside of Bruce Lightning, but they were all going to struggle, I think, from this juncture to get in any sort of a blow on Mary the Priest, who seems to have stepped forward again from her latest start at the Curragh. She didn't come away all that smartly last time, but very, very speedy from the gates today, and I think that has certainly played its part here. Scorcho's run really well in second, and looks as though her turn won't be long in coming. She's pulled well clear of the remainder. Elliptical, another one who had a double figure draw, stayed on in the closing stages, but really it was all about Mary the Priest, our opening winner of the afternoon here at Listowel, and trainer Joe Murphy might not be finished yet.
Distances for the first race: 1 3/4 of a length, 5.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths and half a length. That's 1 3/4 of a length, 5.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths and half a length. Time taken for the first race: 1 minute 21.06 seconds. That's 1 minute 21.06 seconds.
Winner all right, winner all right. Starting prices: first number 11, Mary the Priest at 9 to 2. Second was number 12, Scorchio at 11 to 2. And third was number 13, Byzantine Empress at 16 to 1. Number 9, Blame the Champagne, was the 5 to 2 favourite, and the winner's all right. Tote dividends: the win on Mary the Priest paid 570 and the place paid 160. The place on Scorchio paid 220 and the place on Byzantine Empress paid 580. The exacta returned 34.50 and the trifecta returned €531.90. Now horses are heading into the Pride Ring for race 2, due off at 3 o'clock. The Pat Smullen Handicap, over about 6 furlongs. Non-runners number 14, Elmo Lincoln, reported stone bruise. Reserve number 15, Maggie Thunder, gets in under Siobhan Rutledge, carrying 5. And reserve 16 is automatically withdrawn, leaving us 14 going to post in race 2, and riders are as printed in your card. We want to say congratulations to Nicola Nolan, groom of horse number 1, Warrior Brave, the best turned out.
We move on to race number 2 here at Listowel, and it is the Pat Smullen Handicap run in commemoration of the multiple champion jockey who remains so sadly missed following his untimely passing a few years ago now. And a competitive event in store here. We're out number 14 Elmo Lincoln, taken out with a stone bruise. So the first reserve Maggie Thunder is in, and it's 3-1 the field currently, with the market being headed by Kamshingawn, who is a course and distance winner here at Listowel. Won a maiden at the track in 2022 before landing a handicap at the Curragh, and there she is, being led up by her trainer Kevin Coleman, and Calvin Nkobo will be in the plate. She comes into this on the back of a good effort last time at the Curragh, when fourth behind Run Forest Run, who burst through late in the piece to get up that day. And from a handicapping perspective, she's on a mark of 76 that she certainly should be able to be very, very competitive off this afternoon, just a pound higher than for that latest effort. There's number 1, that's Warrior Brave. This one's been awarded the best turned out, and blinkers go on today on Warrior Brave. Has been wearing cheek pieces on his last couple of starts, but Ross O'Sullivan changing up the headgear today, hoping to bring about a little bit of improvement, no doubt, with the 5-year-old. 3-time winner, Warrior Brave, but the last of those was some time ago now. It was in April 2021 at Goodwood for his previous yard. Has been coming down the weights and is now down to a mark of 81 after finishing in midfield at Naas last time out. Gary Carroll, who rode the first winners in the plate there. This is a horse who seems to be quite well fancied. Number 6, Karaoke, who goes for Joseph O'Brien with Dylan Brown McMonigal in the plate. Got a good draw in stall 3 as well, Karaoke. And won a maiden last autumn at Dundalk. Ran okay in a nursery at the Curragh on her final start of the year. Not sure whether that was by design or not, that she didn't run again after that, but her reappearance effort suggests that she can certainly be competitive today. She was 25 to 1 shot that day at Cork. Showed up well for a long way, but in the end had to settle for 5th behind the snapper. Now that was on soft to heavy ground, but given that she's won at Dundalk and been placed on good ground as well, I don't think there's any fear for the conditions this afternoon. Number 3 there, Half Nuts, grizzled campaigner. He's been around the block a few times. Today will be his 48th career start. Has won 6 times Half Nuts. The latest of those was at the Curragh last September, but he's never won off a mark this high. And I'm not sure whether his regular style of racing coming from off the pace is going to be entirely suited to Listowel, to be perfectly honest. He's run 3 times here before and hasn't managed to make it into the frame. And even though he's got a low draw to work with, I'm not sure he'd necessarily be too high on my own shortlist, for what it's worth. So they make their way down to the start. Kamshingawn then continuing to head the market at 3-1 currently. £5 lower Kamshingawn than when she recorded that Curragh handicap win last summer. Others worth a mention here, Downforce, the 11-year-old. He's a bit better on more testing terrain, but from a handicapping perspective, certainly not one you could rule out.
The afternoon, glorious afternoon it is as well. It's the Pat Smullen Handicap, named after the late great rider who 7 years to the day won the biggest race, won the Derby on Harzand back in 2016, and this race run in his honour. The Pat Smullen Handicap has Cumshagon at 3-1. Half Nuts is 11-2. Karaoke splits some 5-1. Warrior Brave is 13-2. Gobi Star 17-2. Inventor 9-1. Downforce is an 11-1 shot. Los Cuatro 12-1. 14-1. Now edging out 16-1. And from earlier moves, nothing too significant from bigger at the moment. Certainly no movement at the moment for Furnace Creek, 22-1. Swindwell at 22s. Fox Degree, 25-1. Maggie Thunder, 28-1. 33-1. 9,000. Fly to Glory, 40-1. They go without the 14. Leaving 14, Cumshagon at 3-1 for the Pat Smullen Handicap, which is the 3 o'clock. Gary, all yours.
Thanks very much, Nick. Yes, Pat was an absolute mass around here at Listowel. Galway, I suppose you'd have to say the same, a track where you'd always be associated with Dermot Well runners, but rode many winners here at Listowel as well, and that was the great gift of Pat. He tended to keep things simple, and this is a track, as we saw in our first race this afternoon, where it really pays to be on the sharp end. Cumshagon, our favourites here today, at 3-1, going for Kevin Coleman and Calvin and Cobo. Coming into it on the back of a good run at the Curragh, showed up well that day before finishing 4th behind Run Forest Run. Has been nudged up a pound, but she's still £5 lower than when she won a handicap at the Curragh around this time last year. She won her maiden at Listowel at this fixture actually last year, before following up at Flathead Quarters. And who knows, Kevin Coleman might have his eye on a similar sort of double this time around. The draw hasn't been particularly kind, still 13, and the early skirmishes will be interesting. If Calvin Cobo is going to go forward, she'll really have to ping the gates, I think. That would definitely be a worry, I think, if you were thinking about taking 3-1 about our favourite. Karaoke, on the other hand, has got a good draw in stall 3. She showed up well on her seasonal debut at Cork on soft to heavy ground, but she's won a maiden at Dundalk on the poly track and been placed on good ground as well, so no fears as far as conditions are concerned for her. And Dylan Brown McMonigal taking over in the saddle today. He rode her to that victory at Dundalk last August. Only had the one run after that. Not sure whether that was by design or not, but she looks an interesting runner for me today for the HLT partnership. Top horse Warrior Brave, adjudged the best turned out. Ross O'Sullivan is putting the blinkers on him today. He's won cheek pieces on his last couple of starts, Warrior Brave. Actually had a couple of spins in Turkey, I think it was, earlier on in the year. And certainly wasn't disgraced, in particular on the second of those. Half Nuts is another one who's quite prominent in the betting here, but I think you'd have to worry about his usual run style around here at Listowel. He ran into traffic at the Curragh coming from off the pace last time, and he can often miss the break in his races too, Half Nuts, and it's going to be very, very difficult for him to pick his way through here. I think if something similar happens early on. He's run 3 times at Listowel before and he hasn't managed to hit the frame, and while he's obviously in good heart based on the way he finished off at the Curragh, I think he'd be a brave man. It would be a bit of a white knuckle ride if you were to side with him this afternoon. He's going to need all the breaks, I would imagine. So 16-5 bet Cumshagon, Karaoke at 5, Warrior Brave 11-2 together with Half Nuts. Gobi Star is an 8.5-1 shot. Pat Martin's runners here at Listowel, always worth a second look. His horse in the first didn't have a great draw to work with and ran okay in the circumstances. And Gobi Star is a 2-time winner and ran okay at Navan last time behind Tawazon. The winner has certainly boosted that form in the interim, been in great form of late. Tawazon won a Premier Handicap at the Curragh last weekend for James McCauley. Gobi Star running at Listowel for the first time today. In the Newtown Anner Stud Farm colours there, that's Las Quattro. Lee Roach rides this one for Ger Lyons. First time in a handicap today for Las Quattro. Been a beaten favourite in a couple of maidens at Dundalk previously. Gobi Star just about to go forwards. Don't have too many more out of line. I think it might be only 5 maybe still to go in. Flight to Glory just moving up there with Ben Cohen in the plate. Goes for Pat Murphy. Cheek pieces are back on Flight to Glory this afternoon. Didn't wear them at Navan last time on what was her first start for the yard. His first start for the yard, I should say. Another British import still to load there is Soidao, who's trained by Mickey Fenton and runs in the colours of Patsy Sheehan. Blinkers replacing cheek pieces on that one as well today, Soidao. And a poor draw, the outside stall. 16 is going to make life very difficult for her today, even if the headgear does spark her up a little bit. The reserve Maggie Thunder is one of those still out the back. She's £3 out of the handicap here. Half Nuts is going to be loaded late. Kemshin going just going forward. So without further ado, we can once again join Jerry Hannon.
Their lineup. They're off from the Pat Smullen Handicap. Not the best of breaks by Cum Shannon. 14 runners over 6 furlongs. Good speed coming from Maggie Thunder with the top weight running fast. Warrior Brave on the inside of Flight to Glory, being followed down the far side by Nine Tails and Karaoke not far behind them. Las Quattro is next, and these are being followed by Cum Shannon, Furnace Creek alongside, and the veteran Down Force, and on the inside is Fox Degree, Gobi Star next, and these are being followed out of the back straight by Inventor. Break of 3 lengths then to Sidao, and Half Nuts is the back marker. Coming up to the halfway stage, and it is Warrior Brave just shading it from Flight to Glory, a length in front of Maggie Thunder, disputing the fourth. Nine Tails and Karaoke being followed round the home turn by Las Quattro, tracked in by Cum Shannon, and on the inside is Furnace Creek with Down Force, and then comes Fox Degree and Gobi Star and Inventor, Sidao and Half Nuts. Very few changes, racing from the 2 to the 1, and the leader is Warrior Brave, opening up a lead, heading to the last furlong, has gone clear from Flight to Glory. Running on is Cum Shannon, being followed then by Nine Tails, Furnace Creek, Maggie Thunder and Down Force, but the leader is Warrior Brave and Gary Carroll, who's off to a flying start with Cum Shannon best of the rest. Down Force is up for the turn.
It's a win for the top weight Warrior Brave, who was well found in the market today. The blinkers went on instead of the cheek pieces here, and Warrior Brave has delivered here a first success since joining Ross O'Sullivan, a 4th all told, and Gary Carroll has picked off the first 2 races of the afternoon here at sunny Listowel. He's got some chances to come as well, does Gary, later on the card. But couldn't have got off to a better start, and Warrior Brave really had this race won not far after they turned into the straight. Huge run from Kemshin going in second. It all went wrong at the start for Calvin and Cobo. Kemshin going missed the break and then got into a bit of bumping and boring, was jostled about a bit in midfield. I think she's put in a big effort to finish second here. Couldn't lay a glove ultimately on the winner. But it's a performance personally that I think you could mark up quite significantly. And old Downforce likewise never had a chance of getting to grips with Warrior Brave, but he stayed on well enough in the closing stages, just with his head a touch to one side there, just giving the impression he might not be in love with the conditions. His best form obviously is all on much softer terrain. Some of the high profile horses, according to the market at least, a bit disappointing. Karaoke never figured at any stage. And the likes of Half Nuts, who was held up at the back of the field, as I feared beforehand, never able to get competitive at all. Warrior Brave, on the other hand, always well positioned, and Connections have been patient with this guy. He's come down the weights a bit, and he's back in the number 1 spot here for owner Eleanor Kennedy, who has made the trip to Listowel to see him run this afternoon.
Let's welcome back the winner of our second race, the Pat Smullen Handicap, and it goes to number 1, Warrior Brave, trained by Ross O'Sullivan, ridden by Gary Carroll, and owned by Eleanor Kennedy, who has come all the ways from America to lead her horse into the winner's enclosure. Second was number 5, Compton Gone, running on well, and third was number 8, Down Force, from the Willie McCreary stable.
Distances in the second race: 3 1/4 lengths, 1 3/4 of a length, 1 1/4 lengths, a head, and 1 1/4 lengths. That's 3 1/4 lengths, 1 3/4 of a length, 1 1/4 lengths, a head, and 1 1/4 lengths. Time taken for the second race: 1 minute 20.08 seconds. That's 1 minute 20.08 seconds.
Well, Gary Carroll's improved his already excellent record here at Listowel by winning the opening 2 races. Gary, congratulations. Just give us your thoughts on Warrior Brave.
Yeah, like his horse was rated 20 pounds higher, and him dropping down. He said he was a bit of a monkey. And the first thing he said in the parade ring after was, beforehand, I said, these tracks actually suit these type of horses. And I got to the front and he actually enjoyed it and he kicked off the bend and won well.
Blinkers went on today instead of cheapies. I know you hadn't been riding him, but did Ross feel that would bring about a bit of improvement?
He never really mentioned him. Obviously the blinkers was a help. He said he works very well at home. He's in great nick, and he was just hoping. He said to let him roll forward. He has been following him, so he got to the front today. Actually enjoyed it and won well now.
Always, I'm sure, a thrill to win a race named after the great Pat Smullen too.
Sure, here, yeah, but a legend. But yeah, it was a great to have my name even close to him. But Lord of mercy on Pat, like we miss him.
We all miss him. And Gary, you've got some great chances to come as well. Joe Murphy, you rode the first winner for him. A couple of nice prospects. He's got obviously the grey horse later on.
Great leader, yeah, won well in Gore, and probably not the finish article, but listen, he'll handle the ground, he'll handle the track. Good genuine horse, he has his chance.
Good man. Wish you well. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Winner all right, winner all right. Starting prices: first number 1, Warrior Brave at 9 to 2. Second was number 5, Come Shingon, the 16 to 5 favourite. And third was number 8, Down Force at 14 to 1. And the winner's all right. Tote dividends: the win on Warrior Brave paid $5.50 and the place paid $2.30. The place on Come She Go On paid $1.50 and the place on Down Force paid $4.20. The exacta returned $25.30 and the trifecta returned €304.40. They're currently loading for the 320 in Epsom. And they're off for Epsom. Horses in the parade ring now ahead of race 3, due off at 3:35, the Shea Rooney Handicap. This is over about 7 furlongs. Colour change on number 11, Wee Pablo, now wears white with red hoop, red sleeves, white armless, and red cap with white star. And rider of number 10, Sense of Security, Jake Cohn, carries 5 and carries 1 pound overweight. And we have all 12 going to post in race 3.
Shea Rooney Handicaps next up for us here at Listowel. Winemaker's the first one we'll have a look at here. This fella won a maiden at Naas last year. Was under the stewardship of Jimmy Coogan then. But Diego Diaz, who owns the horse, training him under his own steam now. And mark of 72 for a Naas maiden winner, you'd imagine could be exploitable. He was 100 to 1 shot today, he won at Naas. See how he gets on this afternoon. Gavin Ryan about to get on board. Number 7 behind that is Linger for Longer. James Ryan riding for trainer Austin Leahy. This one's been tried over a variety of distances and did run well over 5 first time out this season. Not so good last time, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bounced back today. 5 is Rocketwall, who's won 2 of his last 3. Scored under today's rider Cian Horgan at Killarney last time. Number 11, the grey horse here, is worth mentioning also. That's Wee Pablo, who won this race a couple of years ago when trained by Pat Martin with Harry Rogers now, and he's come back down to a good mark. He's on 59 here. Not a lot to recommend him on his last couple of starts, but course form, dropping mark, stole one. I think there are a few positives for him today. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he bounced back. 4 just going across the top of the parade in there is Super Cub, who's been in great heart of late for Dennis Hogan. Joe Sheridan, right, just coming around towards us now on this side, actually, Super Cub. Gelding by Invincible Spirit, who's only won 1 of his 24 starts, but was only denied by a neck by course specialist Shona May at Gowran Park last time, and had also run well in a big field at Cork. A blanket finish that day, won by Admiral Nelson. So they're about to make their way down to the start. Number 2 with the red hood, if we just pan to the right there, Gabriel, number 2 with the red hood is Allo Ari. New recruit for Ada McGuinness, ex-Richard Fahey, 13,000 guinea buy in October. And certainly not one to rule out here on its Irish debut if the market speaks in its favour. Rocketwall and Super Cub will be the final 2 to go to post.
Up and trip to 7 furlongs for the third race, the Shea Rooney Handicap. Soon to start loading.
Cheers, Nick. Yes, an interesting race coming up here. I'm not surprised to see that Wee Pablo is a popular choice in the market for this one. He's a 6-year-old now, Wee Pablo, and he won this race a couple of years ago when he was trained by Pat Martin off a £7 higher mark. Now, there's not an awful lot to recommend him on recent form, but he's back at Listowel. He's tumbled down the weights, and he's drawn in stall 1 here, and Siobhan Rutledge claiming 5 off his back as well. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Wee Pablo goes very close here. He was up on the speed all the way when he won that race in 2021. Likewise when he scored at Leopardstown earlier that year. And could have a major say, I think, today. One of the most interesting, he is a slight colour change as well, just to point out. White with a red hoop now for Wee Pablo, but it's a grey horse, so obviously not going to be too hard to find for his supporters here. Of the others, Dazzling Spirit to me is an interesting contender here. Drawn in stall 2. Now, this is a filly who came from off the pace to post a couple of wins last autumn. She won actually 3 in 4 starts in the autumn time for her trainer Tom Mullins, who also owns her. And Jamie Powell struck up a good partnership with her as well. I'd imagine she might maybe try and sit a little bit handier today, given that she's got a good draw in stall 2. And though she only beat 5 home in a 25-runner field at Cork first time out this year, it was a bunch finish that day, and I don't think it was a bad run by any stretch. And we were speaking to Tom just before the race. He had a winner earlier on in the card, and he was saying that he didn't go into it with great expectations. It was essentially a starting point, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if she leaves that behind this afternoon. Dazzling Spirit, filly who should have a bit more to give this year, and seems pretty versatile when it comes to ground as well. Super Cub was just touched off by Shonamea at Gowran Park last time. Joe Sheridan for Dennis Hogan once again. Dazzling Spirit's going to be one of the last. It's over to Jerry.
All appear in at the 7. They're off in the Shea Rooney Handicap. Couple of slow starters, the top weight Dazzling Spirit and the grey Wee Pablo. One of the first to show up in front is Sense of Security. Leads on the inside Winemaker. Not far behind them is Linger for Longer and Rocket Twal, being tracked by Super Cub, Shamus Star next, and then Chestnutter, Made to Shine and Hello Harry as they continue their progress well into the back straight. After Hello Harry is Wee Pablo, and then Monty Man and Dazzling Spirit is the back marker. Sense of Security goes on a good 3 lengths in front, heading towards the end of the back straight. They're almost at halfway. Winemaker is second, Rocket Twal is in third, and then Linger for Longer. Super Cub is after them in 5th. Couple of lengths to Made to Shine and Shamus Star and Chestnutter on the outside of Hello Harry, with the back 3 heading well inside halfway. Wee Pablo, Monty Man and Dazzling Spirit. Well strung out by Sense of Security, who turns back for home with just over 2 furlongs to go. 4 in front of Winemaker, 2.5 lengths back to Linger for Longer. Then Rocket Twal, Made to Shine, runs on the inside of Super Cub as they race to the final furlong and a half. Sense of Security not so far in front of Winemaker, who's coming now to hit the front. Then Linger for Longer and Made to Shine and Super Cub and Rocket Twal and Dazzling Spirit from last. Then Hello Harry and Wee Pablo, Shamus Star, Chestnutter and Monty Man. But it's Winemaker who scoots clear in the Shea Rooney Handicap. It is Winemaker and Gavin Ryan, comfortable winners from Linger for Longer, involved in a photograph for the second with Dazzling Spirit and Super Cup and Made to Shine.
Quite a comfortable winner in the end. It's Winemaker who has scored here for owner-trainer Diego Diaz. And I'm pretty sure that is Diego's first winner with a licence. He has owned this horse, I think, from the word go, was with Jimmy Coogan last year. And always well positioned. Winemaker has gone away to score by a comfortable margin, you'd have to say, ultimately here. Maiden winner at 100-1 at Naas last season, and saying beforehand, for a Naas maiden winner, didn't look overburdened with an initial handicap mark of 72 today, and he's duly cashed in on it. Power clear of Linger for Longer. Dazzling Spirit's done really well to come through and grab third, having been slow to get going, was last after a furlong and a half, ran into trouble as you might expect on the way round also. But she has certainly shaped well, and I don't think it'll be too long before she's back in the number one spot. The other one I was talking about beforehand, Wee Pablo, potentially on a nice mark again from a favourable draw. Well, that went out the window when he missed the break completely, and he was never able to get in a blow and finished in midfield. But Winemaker it is, at odds of 13-2. There's Diego Diaz on the left of shot, leading in his charge here. And Gavin Ryan in the saddle, a horse who should have a nice bit of upside going forward. Still only a 3-year-old Winemaker, and he's shown his rivals. Clean pair of hooves in the closing stages of the Shea Rooney Handicap.
Great success for number 8, Winemaker, the winner of our third race.
Full result of the third race. First number 8, second number 7, third number 1. Number 4 was 4th, number 3 was 5th, and number 11 was 6th.
Let's go and speak to this
That's
man, Gabriel.
8, 7, 1, 4, 3 from 11. Distances for the third race: 3 lengths, a nose, half a length, 3 parts of a length, and 4.5 lengths. That's 3 lengths, a nose, half a length, 3 parts of a length, and 4.5 lengths. Time taken for the third race: 1 minute 31.09 seconds. That's 1 minute 31.09 seconds.
Diego Diaz just coming in to have a chat with us after his first winner as a trainer. Diego, congratulations. What sort of a feeling was that?
Oh, it's very emotional. Very happy with that now. It's great to have the first winner.
And tell us about Winemaker, because you owned him when he won first time out at 100-1 last year in Ace. He was under the care of Jimmy Coogan at the time. Why did you decide to go it alone and train yourself?
Just my horses at the breezes, and then they are not getting sold. Then we have to find trainers, and I thought, you know what, I'll have a go and give it another chance for those horses we don't sell, you know.
And when he won at Ace that day, the price suggested it was a big surprise. Was it a shock to you, though?
Not really. Jimmy was very happy with him. I was riding out every day as well, and I was happy the way he was going. And myself and Jimmy were very confident in him that day.
Yeah. He had a couple of runs after that at a higher level. Did you come here today having him well drilled and think he had a nice handicap mark?
Yeah, no, I thought he'd come here with a great chance. The ground will suit him. The last 2 times the ground did not suit him. He did not handle the soft ground. So I was very confident he will hand this ground now today.
I suppose, as befitting a horse with a breeze up background, he was well able to lie up today, wasn't he?
That's it. Yeah, no, Gavin did a brilliant ride. He did what he wanted. He told me what he was going to do before he went, and he did what he wanted, and he did the right thing.
Diego, tell us about your backstory. Where are you from originally, and how did you end up in Ireland?
Well, I'm from Brazil. Came to Ireland for Joe Queen. Got his license. I rode a few winners for him. Did a bit of breeze ups for him as well. So I decided to go on myself, and the last 5 years I'm prepping myself for the breeze and buy and sell a couple of yearlings.
And the breeze up scene has got so competitive in the last few years. How have you found it? Obviously, you've got a few to run for the track that you haven't managed to sell. Is it almost tougher than ever in that sphere?
Oh, it's very tough. Everyone, all of the consignee is doing a great job, and it's very hard to sell a nice horse there. You know, even like the filly last week, she was a nice filly. She did not breeze fast, but we just could not sell her. You know, so.
This was a filly that finished second in a maiden at the Curragh.
Finished second at the Curragh, yeah. So I think we think a lot of her. I think she's a really nice filly.
Have you had a few inquiries since then?
Yeah, we did. We're trying to sell half a share of the filly. We like to keep half share. The owners is very keen to keep half share in the filly.
And am I right in saying this guy is for sale as well?
He's for sale as well, yeah. All my horses, they are for sale. You know, we buy when we try to sell them after.
And Diego, where are you based? Are you on the Curragh?
Yeah, I'm based in the Curragh, yeah. Better place to be, you know, really nice gallops, and you know, you have everything there. You step door, you know. Really happy out there since I moved from Clare to there.
Great stuff. So you're going to keep mixing it with the breeze ups and training a few for the track. It's a good cocktail, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. You know, like the main thing is try buy yearlings and sell at the breeze up. And like I say, if we don't sell, we have to give them another chance and run them.
Good man. And just finally, you said it's 6 for the track this season, is it? As things stand, anyway.
Yeah, it's 6 at the moment in training. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, I'm sure that'll be the first of many winners. Congratulations. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Good man. Well, look.
Now folks, following the running of race 3, the official going is now good. Horses are in the parade ring now ahead of race 4, to off at 4:10. The Anglo Printers Remembering John H. Kearns Filly's Maiden. This is over 1 mile, and all 10 go to posts in race 4, and riders are as printed in your card. And a reminder, the official going is now good. And loading is underway for the 3:55 in Epsom. And congratulations to the winner of Best Turned Out, horse number 7, Perfect Bliss, and their groom, Sarah Diven. Congratulations, Sarah.
4 is the Anglo printers remembering John H. Kieran's fillies maiden. First one we'll have a look at here is Hot August Night, who's been kept busy by trainer Fozzie Stack. Made her debut at Naas on the 21st of last month, reappeared at the Curragh 5 days later and ran very well to take third behind Sub-Zero. And now 8 days later is sent into battle again, stepping up to a mile, the trip over which she made her debut this afternoon. And travelled strongly for a long way in that Curragh race, certainly looks up to winning a maiden. And one would imagine she will be very much involved here, though drawn wider than ideal, sole 9 of the 10 runners. Number 2 following on behind is Cyber Attack, got a rating of 77. That initially was much higher, but has come down a fair bit because in truth she's just looked a bit regressive. Cyber Attack, she had some eye-catching form last year as a juvenile, but doesn't really seem to have gone on, and Gavin Cromwell now puts the blinkers on her for the first time. Ben Cohen has the ride today. Gary Carroll, who's been her regular rider, is on board Perfect Poise here, who we will have a look at now. Just coming past us now, number 8, Perfect Poise, who took a good step forward from her debut effort at Den Royal last autumn, went 5th behind Mashia in what looked a decent maiden at Naas on her seasonal debut. And one would imagine there'll be a bit of improvement to come on the back of that. The winner was beaten next time, Mashia, but the second, unless, has won her maiden in the interim. The third was very well fancied, a filly called Sandy Creek, trained by Joseph O'Brien. And Perfect Poise with Gary Carroll, who rides so well here at Listowel, bagged the first 2 winners on today's card in the plate. Got to be a massive player, you would imagine. 4 is Fea Camach, the next one along, with blinkers and eye shields. Fea Camach, who's got a rating of 80 on her handicap debut here this afternoon. Dropping down in distance, was tried over a 1.5 miles at Leopardstown last time. Didn't cut any ice that day. Might be flattered by that initial perch. And my inclination, I must admit, would be to look elsewhere today. Number 10, if we just drop back, is Satin. Jesse Harrington teaming up with Ronan Whelan, who rode a double for the stable at Roscommon on Thursday. And this certainly represents a big drop in class for her after contesting a listed event at Leopardstown on Irish Champions Weekend on her final start as a juvenile. She had shown promise in a maiden at Tipperary prior to that. Looks well here ahead of her seasonal debut. And number 9 is another one worth mentioning. That's Phases of Venus, trained by Paddy Toomey. 4th behind Perfect Portrait at Gowran Park last time out. It filled the same position in a Dundalk maiden, won by Clune Mackin. And certainly has place prospects here at the very least. We're having a look at one of our joint favourites for the fourth race of the afternoon here at Listowel. This is Phases of Venus, making her way down to the start under Billy Lee. Placed fourth on both starts so far at Dundalk in April on her debut, and then at Gowran Park last month. A little bit surprised to see that she's now clear favourite, actually at 85 to 40. I thought Perfect Poise might have achieved a bit more than her with that fifth place finish in the Naas Maiden won by Mashia. Thought that might have had a bit more depth to it than the Gowran Park contest, where Phases of Venus was fourth behind Perfect Portrait. We shall see. 11 to 5 and 5 to 2 now about those two. Hot August Night is a 13 to 2 shot, and she's definitely interesting on the back of that run at the Curragh last time.
Poise 5 to 2. Hot August Night 13 to 2, 6 to 1. Operatic Artist 8 to 1. Feck Amok at 10 to 1. Alicia Fernanda 12 to 1. It's 12's about Satin, 16's bar. As we go back to Gary. Gary, apologies, I don't think I actually threw to you regarding the Derby winner himself. I'm not sure if we've mentioned it, but just how impressed were you with August Rodin?
Oh, I think you'd have to be impressed by him, Nick, and what a great training achievement from Aidan O'Brien as well. I think I wasn't the only one that had doubts whether he'd be able to leave that run at Newmarket behind, but the trainer's unshakable faith proved fully vindicated. And I thought a couple of the other Irish horses really emerged with credit as well. White Birch, he was his own worst enemy, wasn't he? Acting up in the preliminaries and then missing the break. I mean, pretty much impossible to win a Derby coming from last. He ran a screamer in the circumstances. And Spreewell, I think you'd have to mark up his run also. He was looking for daylight at the exact moment the winner was beginning his run, and he lost all chance with that interference that he suffered. I think he certainly comes out of it with plenty of credit as well, and I think we'll definitely see a rematch between the first and the third at the Curragh. I'm not sure what the plans are for the runner-up. Hopefully he might come across as well, and Spreewell may well be in the mix too, so hopefully we'll see further battles in the future. But Auguste Rodin, very worthy winner on the day, no question about that. His trainer Aidan O'Brien not represented here at Listowel this afternoon, but son Joseph certainly is, and he's got a runner in our fourth race here. He's represented by Operatic Artist, a filly by Zoffany, who's making her seasonal debut here, finished fifth on both starts as a juvenile in maidens at Den Royal and Gowran Park, fitted with a tongue strap for the first time today. I must say at the prices, the one who stands out to me as a bit big is Hot August Night. Now, it is her third run in a short space of time, her third run in less than a fortnight, but that run at the Curragh last time behind Sub-Zero reads pretty well. She travelled like a winner for much of the journey that day, I thought, and back up to a mile here, the distance over which she made her debut. I think she could certainly have a major say in the outcome of the prize here. Phases of Venus is favoured at 2 to 1, and actually of the two at the top of the market, I thought Perfect Poise's run at Naas might be a bit stronger than what Phases of Venus did at Gowran Park last time, but clearly there's a little bit of confidence behind Paddy Toomey's charge, who's got the hood on once again today. Gary Carroll with a couple of winners already on the board here at Listowel today. He's on board Perfect Poise in this one. And Satin is the other one who I think you could make a case for. Filly who had an unfortunate experience first time out as a juvenile and then ran a satisfactory race on what was effectively her debut at Tipperary in August. Thrown right in at the deep end in a listed contest on Irish Champions Weekend at Leopardstown. Don't think you could judge her too harshly on finishing down the field in that one. She essentially could be anything still. Quite well bred sort. And Ronan Whelan in the plate here. Of course, rode a couple of winners for the yard at Roscommon on Thursday afternoon. She's just about to go into the outside stall. Looks like the two market leaders will be amongst the final ones to load for our fourth of the afternoon. So once again, join Jerry Hannon.
Looks set. Then off over a mile in the Anglo Printers, remembering John H. Kieran's filly's maiden. It is Satin, red cap on the outside. Over nudged up Fake and Mock, that attended by Perfect Poise. Close up on the inside in the blue is Cyber Attack, followed by Alessia Fernandez. They cross over. These are being followed by Hot August Night. 6 furlongs to go, and it's Fake and Mock just leading from Cyber Attack. Hot August Night improves on the outside of Satin, and then Perfect Poise and Alessia Fernandez. The grey is Elsa's Pride, and then Phases of Venus, an operatic artist, and Perfect Bliss ridden along in last place. Heading for the 4 furlong point, the halfway stage. The leader is Fake and Mock by just over a length and a half to Satin, disputing second with Cyber Attack. 2 lengths to Hot August Night, and then Perfect Poise. Alessia Fernandez next, and then Elsa's Pride. Phases of Venus, operatic artist, and 3 lengths back to Perfect Bliss, who gets a reminder. Just over 3 furlongs to go, and the Anglo Printers, remembering John H. Kieran's filly's maiden. Over a mile is Fake and Mock the leader, but only just to Satin, who's closer in second. Cyber Attack ridden along in third, then Hot August Night. Alessia Fernandez moves into fifth, ahead of Perfect Poise as they turn into the straight, trying to pick up as operatic artist on the outside of Phases of Venus, then Elsa's Pride and Perfect Bliss. Racing just outside the final furlong, and it continues to be Fake and Mock in front from Satin, trying to challenge. These two kick on from Alessia Fernandez, who runs on in between Cyber Attack. Hot August Night and operatic artist is next, and it is Satin. Satin is lengthening away, getting the better of Fake and Mock, with the third on the bob, operatic artist on the outside of Alessia Fernandez, who went for Rory Clear in Jimbal.
Jessica Harrington and Ronan Whelan then team up again for success here with Satin, who returns at 10-1. Filly who contested a listed race on her final start as a juvenile, and she's been produced in good shape to win first time out on the new campaign. Got across from stall 10, did Ronan, and kept close tabs on the pace setter, Fake and Mock. And once she'd taken her measure, nothing was ever really going to make enough in the way of inroads to lay a glove on her. She's run right through the line as well. I think there's a filly who will certainly come into her own, maybe going a bit further as well. Plenty of running left in her as they hit the line. And stable had a treble at Roscommon on Thursday, and Ronan Whelan rode the last two because Shane Foley had headed off to the other fixture at Fairyhouse after winning on the first one down there. And with Shane obviously over at Epsom riding Spreewell in the Derby. Today Ronan's come in for another really good spare here, and he's taken the opportunity with both hands. Satin, looking a filly with a bright future here. Has an entry in the Irish Oaks. Fair enough, it'll be a big step up from a maiden at Listowel if she were to take her chance there, but always the possibility Connections could get another run in before then. And she'll remain an interesting filly going forward, this one. Nice type by Australia in the familiar Kelly colours that were, of course, carried by KN Pepper, who was a really smart sort for the same yard. And she wins by a wide margin.
Third, number 1. Number 6 was 4th, number 5 was 5th, and number 2 was 6th. That's 10, 4, 1, 6, 5 from 2. Distances in the 4th race: 4 3/4 of a length, half a length, a nose, 1 3/4 of a length, and a neck. That's 4 3/4 of a length, half a length, a nose, 1 3/4 of a length, and a neck. Time taken for the 4th race: 1 minute 43.65 seconds. That's 1 minute 43.65 seconds.
Winner all right, winner all right. Starting prices first, number 10, Satin at 10 to 1. Second was number 4, Fake a Mock at 8 to 1. And third was number 1, Alicia Fernanda at 20 to 1. And the winner's all right. Tote dividends. The wind on Satin paid $12.80 and the place paid $2.20. The place on Fake a Mock paid $2.90 and the place on Alicia Fernanda paid $4.30. The exacta returned $84.90 and the trifecta returned €1,816.70. Horses are in the parade ring now, ahead of race 5, due off at 4:45, the Irish Stallion Farms EBF median auction race. This is over a distance of 1 mile, and all 5 go to post in race 5, and riders are as printed in the card. And they're off for the 4:30 in Epsom. And congratulations to Kyle Duggan, groom of Best Turned Out, number 4, Cosmic Invasion. Congratulations, Kyle.
Looking to give Gary Carroll a treble on the card, and a double it would be as well for Joe Murphy. They teamed up to land the first of the day with Mary the Priest. Good winner at Gowran Park last time in a race where Market Principles disappointed. I'm not sure in truth how strong a contest it was. Fair Camok, who was runner-up that day, has been beaten a couple of times since then. In fact, 3 times now, because she was beaten again in the Fillies Maiden at 4:10 this afternoon. But this is a horse who retains a fair bit of upside, you'd have to say. There's our favourite, Tiverton, who won a maiden at the festival here last September, having been a costly failure at the Galway Festival previously. Disappointed on a couple of occasions, subsequently in Group 3 level at Leopardstown in October, and then in a listed contest at Dundalk first time out this year. He's been gelded in the interim. Maybe that will buck up his ideas a bit, but there would just be a little bit of a question mark over him at the moment. Chris Hayes rides him for Dermot Weld. Cosmic Invasion was judged to be the best turned out. She's already gone out onto the track, one of the 2 fillies in the lineup, having her second start for Henry de Bromhead this afternoon. Completely different conditions to those she encountered at Navan last time. It was heavy that day. And number 2 there in shot, another interesting contender. That's Roman Hands, looking to give Jessica Harrington a quick double. Scott McCullough rides Roman Hands today. He was beaten a long way by New Variant first time out this season at Naas, but was successful in a maiden at the Galway Festival last year and hadn't run in between those 2 contests, so every reason to think he'll improve and hopefully show a bit more today in the first time cheek pieces. I beg your pardon, first time tongue strap today. Cheek pieces go back on. He didn't wear them on his seasonal debut at Naas, but they were on when he won at Galway.
Listowel in the Sunshine next, where €22,000 in the kitty for the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Median Auction Race. 1 mile is the trip. Tiverton 5-2, 11-4 about Roman Hands and Sue Spirit, and 100-30 Grey Leader, who we're no doubt going to learn a little bit more about today. Cosmic Invasion is the outsider of the 5 at 14-1. Gary, a small field, just the 5, but the makings of potentially quite a neat little contest.
Yes, looking forward to it, Nick. Tiverton, the favourite's been gelded since we saw him last. He was a horse who was held in very high regard last year. Was strongly fancied at the Galway Festival, came up a bit short there, ended up winning his maiden at the festival here at Listowel. Soundly beaten in a Group 3 at Leopardstown subsequently, and also in a listed contest at Dundalk first time out this year. But he's had that operation in the intervening period, and perhaps that will bring about a bit of improvement as far as Tiverton is concerned. Spoke to Joe Murphy after his win in the first race with Mary the Priest, just about Grey Leader. Form of the Gowran race looks a bit shaky, to be honest. Fair Kamaka, who was runner-up, has now been beaten 3 times since then after coming up short in the Fillies Maiden earlier on this afternoon. But he did look a horse with a bright future that day, Grey Leader. The old saying goes, you can only beat what's in front of you. And there he is in shot. Had shown promise in a maiden at Bellewstown first time out as well. Joe is essentially making the point that they're going to learn a bit more about him this afternoon. And Gary Carroll obviously rides the track really well. Bagged the opening 2 races of the day, and this guy is the least exposed member of the field. Roman Hands tries to give Jessica Harrington a quick double. Scott McCullough rides Roman Hands, who's got a tongue strap on for the first time today. He won a maiden at the Galway Festival last year in cheek pieces. They were left off for his seasonal debut at Naas, but they're back on today, and one would imagine we'll see a sharper Roman Hands this afternoon. He was no match whatsoever for the very comfortable winner, New Variant, in the Naas race. The filly there, Cosmic Invasion, one of 2 fillies in the lineup. She got the best turned out. Second one for Henry de Bromhead today. Now she gets a chance to run on good ground. It is officially good all over now here at Listowel after struggling a bit in heavy going on her first start on these shores. And Sue Spirit is the other one in the lineup here, the other filly. And she will be the final one to load under Billy Lee.
Tiverton, last but 1. Sue Spirit, drawn 3. As the flags are raised, they're off over the mile in the 5-runner Irish EBF Median Auction 3-year-old race. Vying for the lead, Sue Spirit, Billy Lee on the outside of Roman Hands and Scott McCullough. Taking a lead off the pair is Grey Leader and Gary Carroll. Gary's on a hat-trick, Joe Murphy a double. And then Tiverton, Chris Hayes with the back marker Cosmic Invasion, and Ben Cohen. Less than 6 to run, and the leader is just Roman Hands from Sue Spirit, tracked by Grey Leader, then Tiverton, Cosmic Invasion, 5th of the 5. Order and change right across from the stands with less than 5 furlongs to go. The leader is Roman Hands by 2 lengths to Sue Spirit, and third half a length back Grey Leader. 3 parts up in the 4th running. Tiverton with a break of less than 2 lengths to Cosmic Invasion as they reach the 4 marking the halfway stage in the 5-runner Irish EBF Median Auction 3-year-old race. It's Roman Hands the leader by a length and a half to Sue Spirit, almost joined for second by Grey Leader, tracked by Tiverton with the back marker Cosmic Invasion. Coming up to the final 3 furlongs as they head back for home, it's Roman Hands with a reduced advantage over Sue Spirit, followed by Grey Leader, who's just been shunted along on the inside and goes off in pursuit of Roman Hands. Tiverton is closing on the outside, and then Cosmic Invasion. Straightening up with 2 furlongs to go, it's Roman Hands, followed by Grey Leader. Tiverton after them in the pink cap, and then Cosmic Invasion. Dropping out tamely is Sue Spirit. Racing to the final furlong, and still in front is Roman Hands from Grey Leader. Tiverton has found precious little, then Cosmic Invasion. It is Roman Hands pressed on the outside by Grey Leader, and Grey Leader is edging on close to the line, continuing a fine afternoon for Gary Carroll and Joe Murphy, running down Roman Hands, Cosmic Invasion in third.
We've got a promising horse on our hands here, Grey Leader. He was the unknown quantity really going into it after just 2 starts. Had won a week event at Gowran Park last time but has done really well here to overhaul Roman Hands, who I think's had the run of it from the front, given a good ride by Scott McCullough. And looked as though he might well have got a smack over the head as well with Scott McCullough's whip. Let's look at the replay here. He moves up, travelling well to the girths of Roman Hands. Roman Hands just edging out from the rail. Maybe he didn't catch him with the whip, but he certainly looked as though he was impeded, Grey Leader. And then all of a sudden, he's got over a length to find on Roman Hands, who certainly didn't give the impression he was stopping. He's kept going all the way to the line. Tiverton was well seen off at this stage. And Grey Leader knuckles down. He's won it by a half a length in the end. I think he's valued for a bit more than that personally. Very likeable performance. Just got unbalanced there, didn't he? He might have gone to a touch to his left as Roman Hands edged slightly right out from the rail. Took a while just to gather himself again, but once he did, he's come home really powerfully. Looks a horse with which Joe Murphy and the owner Tony Olds can aim at some big prizes now. Handicap mark of 85 going into today. We'll be nudged up for that, but I'm sure Connections will have a nice tasty prize on their minds for him after this. And Gary Carroll cementing his love affair with Listowel. 3 winners on the card this afternoon, 2 for Joe Murphy. And Joe still has Waterman to come in our next. The John Thomas McNamara handicap. Gary rides not even maybe in that one. And Gary also got Unterberg in the finale. Grey Leader then, 11-4, second favourite, is our winner.
Winner all right, winner all right. Starting prices first, number 1, Grey Leader at
Delighted to be joined once again by trainer Joe Murphy, who's just seen Grey Leader complete a double for the stable this afternoon, and Gary Carroll with a treble. Joe, what a super afternoon so far. You told me earlier on you were going to learn a bit more about this horse today. I'd say you're delighted about what you saw.
I'm absolutely thrilled. I think good ground, soft ground, and the way he got the bump there and he battled it out and he toughed it out fantastic. And he's a horse, as I said, he's on the improve all the time. And I suppose we'll have to be thinking about the Galway Mile now or something like that. You know what I mean? And what I love about him is his versatility. Soft ground, good ground. It's immaterial to him.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was a very brave effort.
He could easily, for an inexperienced horse like him, I suppose he could have easily let that bump affect him, but far from it, he knuckled down after.
He knuckled down, got tough, and if they came again, he'd have been tough again, you know. And he switched off immensely at home. He's just a lovely horse.
Yeah. He strikes me as having plenty of similarities with Lord Massousis, who's done so well for you also. Could you compare the two of them?
Well, they'd never work together. They'd always work actually single filed. We try and leave those battles to the racecourse. You know what I mean? Yeah, he is something similar in attitude, and we have Lord Massousis. He'll probably make an entry for the Jersey, but he's also in the Group 3 race in Leopardstown the same week. And so listen, we keep our fingers crossed. He had a little cough there last week. That's why he didn't run. So we pulled up him for a couple of days, and he's a lot better now.
That's great to hear, Joe. And what'll ultimately help you make up your mind where he goes? Will you have a look at the entries?
We'll have a look at the entries, and what'll make up my mind? Hopefully he'll be able to tell me.
They usually do, don't they? And you mentioned Galway for this fella, Grey Leader. Will we see him again in the meantime?
Depends. I'd say now, after today, I'd say we could have a few phone calls for him, that type of horse, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Have you got an owner who's inclined to sell, or would you hope that Tony Old will hang on?
Tony was going to come. He was going to come, and I think I told him wait for another week. But anyway, I get a lecture tonight from him. But however, after winning, I suppose he'll be happy enough.
Okay, we'll watch this space, Joe. Hopefully you hang on to him because he's doing you proud at the minute. Good luck as well with Watermint. Just give us your thoughts there again.
Well, I think with the lightweight, I hope she's working well. She's in with a nice weight. I think there's going to be a bustle. If you look at the runners here today, everything is winning close up to the place. So don't seem to be much coming from behind. So I'd say whoever is who gets to look in the draw and gets a good position, I'll be in with a chance. Yes, I think she has a good chance.
Good. Certainly the way they're running, you're entitled to. Joe, thanks a lot. Well
okay, Gary, thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Joe.
Bye.
Horses in the parade ring now ahead of race 6, due off at 5:15, the John Thomas McNamara Handicap. This is over about 1 mile. Non-runners number 3, Alfarida. And we have 10 going to post in race 6, and riders as per your card. And congratulations to Lorraine, groom in charge of our best turned out number 7, Lady Skipper. Congratulations, Lorraine.
Let's, if we can, have a look at number 1, who's just coming towards us now on our right. That's If It Was Me, who seemed to attract plenty of market support at Gowran Park last time, but ran no race. Finished last of 9 behind Ranco Express after going off at just 4-1. There was definite promise in a couple of his maiden runs, and now he's back into the fray, much closer to home. Trained near Rathkeel in County Limerick by Eric McNamara. Number 8 is Not Even Maybe, following on behind. Gary Carroll looking for his 4th of the afternoon for Mick Mulvaney. Good draw in stall 2, was well in front of If It Was Me in that Gowran Park race last time. Also ran well at the same venue on her penultimate outing. And if we just pan back, number 7, that's the one that's been given the best turnout, Lady Skipper. First time out for Barry Fitzgerald today, and we've seen plenty of horses take off after joining that particular outfit. And has dropped down to a mark of 52 for her return to the fray today. Kiana Van Buren takes the mount. 5 is Drop the Dip, with Gavin Ryan just climbing on board. He's been amongst the winners already today. Needs to step up on her latest effort at Gowran Park. 10 then is one we want to have a look at. That's Watermint for Joe Murphy, who's looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. Good second in that Gowran race won by Ranco Express last time. Reproduction of that puts her firmly in the mix. And the last few filing out. Number 6 there, just going away from us, is A Memory, a winner at Dundalk earlier on in the year. Not disgraced in a couple of starts since then, and steps up to a mile today. Number 2, just opposite us there, that is Sunday Evening. Cheap Piece is on for the first time today for her handicap debut, trained by Jessica Harrington. Another one who could easily take a big step forward. So the horse is on the way to post for the penultimate event.
Ten runners at the mile start for the 6th, the John Thomas McNamara 3-year-old handicap.
Our way towards the back end of that card. There's two to come. This race in the 550. This is the John Thomas McNamara Handicap, 1 mile. Drop the Drip is 7-2. Amma Marie at 4-1. Lady Skipper 5-1. Not Even Maybe is an 11-2 shot. Water Mint is 15-2, 17-2, and bigger the others. As we go to Gary.
Cheers, guys. The landscape has changed significantly here with the absence of Alfarida, the winner at Roscommon on Thursday. I think that one was top of the market when it was taken out due to an allergy this morning. An interesting move for this Drop the Dip. Very little to recommend her on recent form, but has had a couple of runs so far this term, and handicapper has dropped her a couple of pounds. Watermint bidding to give Joe Murphy a treble on the afternoon. Joe just been telling us that the plan will be to go forward with her from stall 7. And Sunday Evening is on handicap debut today, and first time cheek pieces for Jessica Harrington, another one who could potentially leave previous efforts behind. Lady Skipper, whose first time out for Barry Fitzgerald today, was judged the best turnout in the preliminaries, so I'd say it was close between that one and Light Up the Sky, who looked really well and is going to be the final one to load here.
White flag raised. Ten runners appear set. Off and running over a mile in the John Thomas McNamara 3-year-old handicap. One that got away well, Dropped the Dip, leads Waterman. Lady Skipper on the inside, on settling down as Sunday Evening, not far off them as a Rancher. A Memory is next, then Light Up the Sky and Petal of Malt on the outside of If It Was Me, the top weight 4 lengths in front of the back marker, who is Not Even Maybe and Tap for Toe in these early stages. Is Drop the Dip joined by Waterman. Lady Skipper close up on the inside, a break back to Sunday Evening, disputing the fourth with the Rancher, then another break in the field to A Memory, Light Up the Sky and Petal of Malton, then If It Was Me and Not Even Maybe. Coming up to the 4 furlong point, the halfway stage, just the leader is Drop the Dip, and Gavin Ryan from Waterman and Tom Kiley Marshall. Receiving a chop there on the inside was Lady Skipper and Kiana Van Byrne, passed for the third by a Ranch and Rory Cleary, and then A Memory and Sunday Evening shuffled back on the inside. Petal of Malta's next, being followed towards the home turn by Light Up the Sky, and then comes If It Was Me and Not Even Maybe as the field tightens up. Turning into the straight with just over a quarter of a mile to go, and moving on in front by a willing 3 lengths is Drop the Dip, with the Rancher driven up on the outside to join for the second. Waterman being followed on up the straight by A Memory, who runs on ahead of Light Up the Sky. Drop the Dip is the leader with more than a furlong to go from A Memory. Light Up the Sky, a Rancher's next. Dropping back is Waterman as they race well inside the final furlong, and it is Drop the Dip and Gavin Ryan, the one to catch from A Memory, and then If It Was Me, who's running on into third ahead of Light Up the Sky, but it is Drop the Dip for a double Gavin Ryan. A Memory second, running on into third place was If It Was Me.
Looks like a bit of a touch has been landed here. Drop the Dip, who didn't on the face of things have an awful lot to recommend her coming here today, was nibbled at in the market and has gone off favourite, I think, in the end, or certainly close to it. Returned at 18-5, and always on the sharp end here under Gavin Ryan, riding his second winner of the afternoon. Had the race won really not long after they turned into the straight. Much different tactics today, and as I say, at this point it was just a case of whether Drop the Dip would keep going, and if she did, she was always going to be hard to catch. A Memory's done really well, got shuffled wide going around the turn. It's the only one to have come out of the pack and got anywhere near to the winner, but Drop the Dip ultimately much too strong here, seemed to relish the ground conditions and has kept on strongly to provide Tom Gibney with another winner. He was on the board at Ballinrobe the other evening, and this one carrying the colours of Alberta Capital Limited, who I think have a few horses with the stable. Another look at the closing stages. We've seen these tactics paying off throughout the afternoon here, and Drop the Dip fully justifying the long trip down from County Meath. First career success for her, Bit of late headway from If It Was Me, who's left behind that disappointing effort at Gowran Park on his latest start. Dropped the dip though, returning at 18-5. Takes the John Thomas McNamara Handicap.
Full result of the sixth race. First number 5, second number 6, third number 1. Number 8 was 4th, number 11 was 5th, and number 4 was 6th. That's 5, 6, 1, 8, 11 from 4.
We welcome back in the winner of the John Thomas McNamara Handicap, and it goes to number 5, Drop the Dip, trained by Tom Gibney up in the County Meath, and ridden by Gavin Ryan. Running on well for second was the favourite number 6, A Memory, with in third place, coming from way back, like it was said, you know, running a fine race in third race, running on well. So the winner is number 5, Drop the Dip.
Quite a gamble then.
Yeah.
And it was late,
Yeah.
but very sustained.
Difficult one to come up with without knowing.
Distances in the sixth race. 2 1/4 lengths, 3 1/4 lengths, 3 lengths, half a length and 6 lengths. That's 2 1/4 lengths, 3 1/4 lengths, 3 lengths, half a length and 6 lengths. Time taken in the sixth race, 1 minute 44.32 seconds. That's 1 minute 44.32 seconds.
Winner all right, winner all right. Starting prices. First number 5, Dropped a Dip, the 18-5 favourite. Second was number 6, A Memory at 4-1. And third was number 1, If It Was Me at 18-1. And the winner's all right. Total dividends. The win on Dropped a Dip paid $5.30 and the place paid $2.10. The place on a memory paid $2.30 and the place on If It Was Me paid $5.70. The exacta returned €30.90 and the trifecta returned €815.80. And they're down at the start for 5:30 in Tramore. And they're underway in Waterford.
Let's have a look at the runners in the parade ring ahead of the final event on day one of this 3-day bank holiday fixture at Listowel. And this is the likely short price favourite for now. Colt by Frankel, who's on a retrieval mission here after being a beaten favourite at Killarney last month. Went off even money that day following a really eye-catching effort. First time out at Limerick when he blew the start, but came home to excellent effect to finish third behind Gambe Veloci. No match for Arnie Mack last time. 4.5 lengths between them at the line. But one would imagine he's well up to winning a maiden at the very least. We'll find out shortly whether it will be today. Number 1, the grey following on, is Angelus Griseo. First time out for new trainer Keelan Dempsey today, also running in his colours. Had one start for Joseph O'Brien last year. It was actually at this very fixture in a race won by Elmo's Fire. Lee Roach on board today, probably best watched, I would imagine. Number 8 is God Knows, trained by Dick Brabazon. And 5th in the Killarney Maiden, won by Arnie Mack. So work to do to turn form around with for now on running there. There was just over 4 lengths between them that day. But it was God Knows his seasonal debut, so could be more to come from him this afternoon. In fact, that's Wrecking Ball Paul we've been looking at. My apologies. Speaking about God Knows, but looking at Wrecking Ball Paul, who is a very difficult horse and often spoils his chance by pulling too hard. Let's show you number 7, just across from us here. That's Unterberg. Ger Lyons trains Gary Carroll. 3 winners already banked away this afternoon in the plate. Unterberg 5th at Dundalk when a short price favourite the last time we saw him. Had shown a glimmer of promise in a Curragh Maiden on Guineas weekend last year. And presumably connections feel that there is winning potential there for them to be persevering with him as a 4-year-old. Following on behind is God Knows, the horse I was speaking about a little bit earlier on, the filly by Divine Prophet, trained by Dick Brabazon. And if we drop back, let's find number 2 for you. This is a big player in my book. Number 2 on the far side there, just about to turn, is Dream Escape for Tom Mullins and wife Helen. Ben Cohen will ride. I thought this horse was a big eye catcher at the Curragh last weekend when finishing 6th behind Sub-Zero. Now, we saw Hot August Night not doing a whole lot for that form earlier on, but this fella really powered home and took some serious pulling up by Dylan Brown McMonagle, who was on board that day. He's drawn widest of all here, stole 10, which is a potential negative, but I'm sure Ben Cohen will be on the ball at the start and trying to work his way across into a good early position. Final one we'll have a look at is number 4, just following on there. That's Golden Reel, newcomer by Highland Reel. Belated debut for him as a 4-year-old, trained by John O'Donoghue in the Curragh of Kildare. Curragh Stables, of course, formerly the base of John Ox. So jockeys will be getting legged up very shortly indeed for our 7th and final event. It's the Oliver Broderick Maiden.
And we'd like to wish a very happy upcoming 50th birthday to Emer Hannon Joy. And she enjoy her celebrations here this evening.
So, a couple of the ground staff here at Listowel taking it easy in the sunshine as the horses make their way down to the start for our final event, the Oliver Broderick Maiden, over a mile. And warm favourite for this one in the shape of For Now, who's got a third and a second on his CV so far. Finished third on his debut at Limerick in April. It was a big eye catcher that day, put in strong late work after blowing the start to only be beaten 3.5 lengths and ahead by the winner. Slightly disappointing that he couldn't back it up next time at Killarney. Went off even money favourite for a maiden down there, but never really looked to getting to grips with Arnie Mack. There was 4.5 lengths between them at the line. And personally, I could pass over him at the sort of price he is at the moment. Clearly he's good enough to win a maiden, but time will tell whether it's to be today or not. Second favourite is God Knows, who also contested the Killarney race, but was 4 lengths or so behind For Now that day. And even though it was his seasonal debut and there should be improvement to come, I'm not sure how confident you would necessarily be about him reversing the form. And Unterberg, another one who's towards the top of the market here, currently third favourite at 5-1 for trainer Ger Lyons and jockey Gary Carroll. Unterberg, who was 5th behind Aces Wild at Dundalk on his most recent start, but that was in January, and given that he made his debut at the Curragh on Guineas weekend last year, they've been his only 2 starts. Well, it looks as though he probably has been a difficult horse to train, and jury would just be out on him at the moment. Loading is about to get underway. Favourite drawn in stall 5 here For Now. And looks as though he actually might be one of the first ones to be brought forward. He seems to be waiting there to go in. Couple of debutants in this as well, Golden Reel and Rock Basher. Huge big horse by Rock of Gibraltar, making his racecourse debut this afternoon at the age of 4, like Golden Reel, gelded son of Highland Reel. Another one very much of interest here is the 2-horse Dream Escape. Ben Cohen takes over in the saddle on him today. Dylan Brown McMonigal rode him at the Curragh the other day when he finished 6th of 8 behind Sub-Zero. Had shown promise in a maiden at Flathead Quarters last autumn as well, won by Zoffman, who went on to win a big handicap later on in the year if memory serves. Favourites in. Dream Escape to me is the best alternative to For Now here. Loading nearing completion, then Wrecking Ball Paul, Rock Basher, Unterberg, and just going forward now might well be God Knows as well. So hi Tommy, join Jerry Hannon for our final event.
Rock Basher. Very nearly loaded. One more, Wrecking Ball Paul, as the white flag is raised. 10 loaded, and that off. And the Oliver Broderick Mile Maiden. Up for the lead, Angelus Griseo on the inside, of fellow grey Maggie and Me in between them, as God knows, and they're tracked by Unterberg. Dream Escape on the outside of, for now, the warm favourite. Unhurried in these early stages. Wrecking Ball Paul is next, being followed by Rook Basher. Already ridden along as Golden Reel, and a break of a good few lengths to Midlife Crisis. Maggie and Me wins the early exchanges to build up a lead of 4 to 5 lengths over Angelus Griseo, moving into third place for now. God Knows next with Wrecking Ball Paul, and Unterberg and Dream Escape next with Rook Basher and Golden Reel. 5 lengths to Midlife Crisis. They're well strung out, passing the halfway stage, and it's Maggie and Me and Adam Caffrey breaking further clear of the field. Angelus Griseo, Lee Roche just holding on to second place from for now, and Billy Lee with 3 lengths then a Wrecking Ball Paul, who's followed back for home by God Knows, then Rook Basher. Unterberg has lost ground on Dream Escape, and Golden Reel long way clear of Midlife Crisis as they hit the straight. 2.5 furlongs to go, and Maggie and Me's lead has been greatly reduced by For Now, who's now within a length, and then Wrecking Ball Paul driven into third place ahead of a fading Angelus Griseo, racing to the final furlong and a half, and For Now easily picks off Maggie and Me and goes clear, racing to the last furlong, then Wrecking Ball Paul, who's followed by God Knows, Rock Basher next, then Angelus Griseo, Golden Reel, Dream Escape and Unterberg, but it's all For Now, gone 6-7 lengths clear, and is readily getting off the mark in the Oliver Broderick Mile Maiden for Billy Lee and William McCreary. Second is God Knows, Wrecking Ball Paul, third on the inside.
Well, he didn't travel through the first half.
All very easy indeed for the favourite For Now, who was able to sit a bit closer today and had no problems putting the race to bed when sent to bed as tasked by Billy Lee. Returns 11 to 8 on here, and is a horse who should continue to progress, you would imagine. Carrying the colours here of Ballylynch Stud, who bred him as well, and a lovely pedigree it is too by Frank Collette of a Machiavellian mare. Join him here on the Crown of the Bend, just about to take the measure of the leader Maggie and Me, and from this point on nothing else getting into it from behind. Disappointing run from Dream Escape, who ended up well back in the field from his wide draw, has made some laboured late headway but hasn't really stepped up on that run at the Curragh the other day. Will qualify for a handicap mark after this, and God Knows in the end faring best of the rest in second place, but no match whatsoever for Now, who returns 11 to 8 on in the hands of Billy Lee. And that's the story of our final event of the afternoon here at Listowel, day one of this 3-day bank holiday weekend fixture, and William McCreary bagging another winner at Listowel. Where do you want to do the wrap, Gabriel?
Whatever you want, but it will say it's better.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Distances in the 7th race: 8 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths, half a length, half a length and half a length. That's 8 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths, half a length, half a length and half a length. Time taken for the 7th race: 1 minute 42.98 seconds. That's 1 minute 42.98 seconds.
Beautiful sunny afternoon for day one of this bank holiday weekend fixture here at Listowel. For now, running out a very comfortable winner of the concluding maiden. Third time lucky for William McCreary's charge there in the hands of Billy Lee, a homebred for Ballylynch stud. He looks one who can continue to pay his way going forward. Looking back at some of the earlier action, well, it was a good day for trainer Joe Murphy and jockey Gary Carroll. They combined to take the opener with Mary the Priest at odds of 9-2, putting her experience to good use there, always on the sharp end and winning with a deal in hand. And later on in the card, they also teamed up to land the conditions race with the progressive type in Grey Leader, who had scored at Gowran Park last time. That one went in again at odds of 11-4. In between those two, Gary Carroll had also bagged himself another winner. That was Warrior Brave, another one who was always close to the pace and took advantage of a plummeting mark to land the 3 o'clock for trainer Ross O'Sullivan and owner Leonora Kennedy, who had made the trip across the Atlantic from her home in America to see him in action. Gavin Ryan, the jockey, also enjoyed a good afternoon. He combined with a couple of different trainers for a double. The first of them was Winemaker at 13-2 in our 3:35 race. Landmark first winner with a trainer's license for Diego Diaz, who enjoyed some success as a jockey previously, the Brazilian who made his home in Ireland some years ago now and has done well on the breeze-up scene in recent times. The horse had won a maiden at Naas at 100-1 last year and doubling his tally this afternoon. Might well be for sale after today, so we'll see what happens there. And the second leg of Gavin Ryan's double was Drop the Dip, who landed a bit of a touch in the penultimate event. Fancy prices taken and went off at 18-5 favourite, and in truth never looked in much danger. Ronan Whelan rode another winner for Jessica Harrington after his double for the yard at Roscommon on Thursday, when Satin powered clear in the closing stages of the mile maiden at 4:10 for fillies, and she looks one who can certainly be kept on side in the future. She has an Irish Oaks entry, and given her stout pedigree, you'd imagine staying trips are going to see her to best effect further down the line. Those were the winners then this afternoon at Listowel, and what, as I say, has been a gloriously sunny afternoon. I'm sure there'll be more of the same here tomorrow and Monday, which you'll all see live on Racing TV. From all of us here, bye-bye.